25 is going to be out of order. Okay? 25 is out of order. She moved it up.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning. Can the interpreter hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll get started. This is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for January 28th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were issued on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
Vamos a dar inicio. Este es el calendario de comparecencia inicial de las 11 de la mañana para el día 28 de enero del 2025. Las órdenes judiciales para la toma de muestras de ADN y huellas dactilares que se emitieron en el primer día de este mes van a aplicar a todas estas audiencias.
My name is Commissioner Lacey Fisher. In a moment, I'll call each one of you up to the lectern one at a time to let you know why you're here and whether or not you'll be released.
Mi nombre es la comisionada Lacey Fisher. En un momento les voy a llamar por su nombre a que pasen uno a la vez al podio que está en el centro de la sala. Les informaré la razón por la cual se encuentran aquí y si serán puestos en libertad.
Please keep in mind a couple of things. First, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say during this proceeding could be used against you in your case.
Tengan en mente un par de cosas. Primero, tienen el derecho a guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que ustedes digan durante el proceso del día de hoy puede ser utilizado en su contra en este caso.
Second, you have the right to counsel. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed lawyer. I'm sure you have a lot of questions about your case. The person you need to speak with is your attorney. I can't give you legal advice.
Lo segundo es que todos tienen el derecho a ser representados por un abogado. La mayoría de ustedes reúnen los requisitos para recibir a un abogado nombrado por el tribunal. Estoy segura que muchos de ustedes tienen muchas preguntas sobre su caso. La persona con la cual deben hablar es su abogado. Yo no puedo darles asesoría legal.
Finally, I'm going to be giving you a lot of important information during your hearing, including giving you your next court date. Everything that I tell you during your hearing will be in the written paperwork the officers give you at the end of your hearing. So please hold on to that paperwork. It will be very important.
Y finalmente, les estaré dando mucha información muy importante el día de hoy durante esta audiencia, incluyendo la información de sus próximas audiencias judiciales. Todo lo que yo les voy a decir durante la audiencia va a estar por escrito en el papeleo que uno de los agentes les va a entregar al final de su audiencia. Conserven ese papeleo, es muy importante.
All right, we'll start with Julia Aris to the podium, please.
Iniciamos con Julia Arias al podio, por favor.
All right, ma'am. Is your name Julia Arias? Buenos
Bien,
días.
señorita, ¿su nombre es Julia Arias?
Julia Arias Uribe.
Julia Arias Uribe.
And is your date of birth April 11th, 1970?
Su fecha de nacimiento es el 11 de abril de 1970.
Sí, correct.
Yes, correct.
I have you here on a new case. You were arrested on one allegation of shoplifting with an artifice, which is a class 4 felony.
Le tengo aquí debido a un caso nuevo. Usted fue detenida debido a una pretensión de ratería en tienda con artificio. Esto es un delito de clase 4.
I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I'm appointing you an attorney.
He determinado que existe motivo fundado de procesamiento para esta pretensión y voy a nombrarle a un abogado.
You will have court on February 12th and February 14th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court.
Va a tener audiencias judiciales los días 12 de febrero y 14 de febrero, ambos a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior en el downtown de Phoenix.
I'm planning to release you on your own recognizance, which means I will release you as long as you promise to go to court and comply with the written instructions in your paperwork.
Planeo yo en dejarle en libertad bajo caución juratoria. Lo que esto significa es que usted debe de prometerme que va a ir a sus audiencias judiciales y que va a cumplir con todas las condiciones que van a aparecer en el papeleo que le van a entregar.
If you fail to do either one, a warrant could issue for your arrest.
Si usted incumple con alguna de esas cosas, se puede emitir una orden de aprehensión en su contra.
Do you promise to go to your court date?
¿Me promete que va a ir a su audiencia judicial?
Le prometo, jueza.
I do promise, Judge.
Thank you. Any questions?
Gracias. ¿Alguna pregunta?
Mi abogado, que usted me pone a disposición, ¿cómo me contacto con él?
The attorney that will be available to me, how will I be able to contact them?
Great question. The phone number will be in your paperwork you receive.
Muy buena pregunta. El número de teléfono va a aparecer en el papeleo que usted va a recibir.
Ah, ok.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and step to your left so you can get your paperwork.
Gracias, señora. Pase hacia su izquierda para que lean su papeleo.
Muchas gracias.
All right. We'll have Kyle Daughtry. And then, Mr. Interpreter, before you go, can you inquire with the gallery to see if anyone else needs your assistance?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. ¿Se encuentra alguien más en la sala que requiera asistencia de un intérprete de la lengua español? Si pueden levantar la mano si necesita asistencia de un intérprete.
I don't see any hands.
All right, it doesn't look like there's anyone else. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and then if we can also get Tyrell Van Buren to the chair by the door, please. All right, sir, good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Kyle William Doherty, December 9th, 1992.
Thank you, sir, and I apologize for mispronouncing your last name.
It's okay.
I have you here on a new case. You're arrested on one allegation of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, one allegation of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and one allegation of resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You'll have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Because it's alleged these offenses occurred while you were on pretrial felony release in CR 2024-150166. Hold on one second. By law, you must remain in custody without bail. I am setting a bail eligibility hearing for you on February 4th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Now, what did you want to say, sir?
I was going to say there's no way I can wear ankle monitor. I proved that I do show up to my court cases. I know that, I mean, it's per court, I mean, it's per law that I can't get released, so.
Right, I don't have any discretion.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and step to your left. Thank you, sir. Tyrell Van Buren, and then Angelique Black to the chair by the door, please. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Terrell Van Buren, 0829-2006.
Thank you, sir. I have you here on a new case. You're arrested on one allegation of unlawful use of means of transportation, a Class 5 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I'm appointing you an attorney. You'll have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You're also here on a probation violation matter. A Term 1 violation has been alleged. They're saying this new arrest constitutes a violation of your probation. I'm appointing a lawyer in that case as well, and you'll have court on February 4th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. In your probation violation matter, pursuant to Rule 7.2C, you'll remain in custody without bail until at least your next court date on the 4th. In your new case, you have a $10,000 secured appearance bond. I'm also ordering that should you post your bond and be released, that an electronic ankle monitoring device be installed prior to your release from custody, and that you be placed on house arrest under the supervision of pretrial services. I'm also ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It will include that you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime or have contact with any alleged victim, witness, or co-defendant. You're not to possess any weapons, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release from custody. Even though you have a bond in this case, because you're currently being held without bail in your probation matter, if you paid your bond in this case today, you would not get released from custody. The only thing that would happen is you wouldn't get credit for the days you are serving in custody on this case. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
Yeah.
Any questions?
No.
All right, thanks, sir. You can step to your left. Angelique Black, and then Crystal Sandoval to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Angelique Nadine Black, December 24th, 1982.
Thank you. I have you here on a direct complaint warrant. A direct complaint was filed charging you with one count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and one count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 6 felony, alleged to have occurred on August 31st of last year. I'm appointing you an attorney, and you'll have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You're also here on 2 probation violation matters. In each one of your probation cases, a Term 1 violation has been alleged. They're saying that these new charges are a violation of your probation. I'm appointing you a lawyer in those cases as well, and you'll have court on February 4th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. In your probation matter ending in 319, it looks like you're currently serving a jail term until April 13th of this year. So in that matter, pursuant to Rule 7.2C, you're not eligible for release since you're currently incarcerated in that matter. In your other matter ending in 538, which is your other probation matter, you have a $1,000 bond. In this new case, you have a $1,000 bond. Even though you have a bond in those cases, because you're currently being held in custody in your other probation matter for your jail term, if you paid those bonds, you would not get released from custody. The only thing that would actually happen is you wouldn't get credit for the days that you're serving in custody on those matters. Do you understand everything I've told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions?
No.
All right, thanks, ma'am. You can step to your left. Crystal Sandoval and then Antonio Valdez to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Crystal R. Sandoval, 8/13/1991.
Thank you. I have you here on a direct complaint warrant. A direct complaint was filed charging you with 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of taking contraband into a correctional facility, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of conveying contraband to a prisoner, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I have, as I said, found that a direct complaint was filed charging you with those allegations. So I'm appointing you an attorney, and you'll have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the warrant bond amount, which is a $25,000 cash-only bond, and ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It will include that should you post your bond and be released, you need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours if you're released from custody. Do you understand everything I've told you?
Yes.
Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you. You can step to your left. Antonio Valdez, and then Xander Jackson to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Antonio Valdez, 010804.
Thank you. I have you here on a new case. You were arrested on 1 allegation of armed robbery with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 2 felony, 1 allegation of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, and 1 allegation of carrying a weapon on school grounds, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Hold on just 1 second. I have to edit your paperwork. Can we reprint his paperwork, Mel? We had to reprint his release order. All right, so as I said, you will have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $200,000 secured appearance bond. I'm also ordering that should you post that bond and be released, that an electronic ankle monitoring device be installed prior to your release from custody, and that you be placed on house arrest under the supervision of pretrial services. I'm further ordering that you comply with all of the written orders in your paperwork. It will include that you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime or have contact with any alleged victim or witness or co-defendant. You're also not to possess any weapons. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
Yes.
Any questions?
Yeah, on the paper they gave me when they brought me to jail, I only had one charge on there.
Okay, I don't know what paper they gave you, but the police officer who filled out the Form 4, which is the, like the arresting document, listed those charges. That's how you were booked in on those charges.
Oh, okay.
So you'll have to talk to your lawyer. I'm not sure what you mean, the MCSO people?
Yeah, because I have the paper for it right here.
I don't know what that is.
It's the paper that they gave me,
Who is they?
the officer that arrested me.
Like the police officer or the sheriff's officer here?
No, the police. No? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. You can show that to your lawyer, but I'm looking at the Form 4, which is the arresting document, and they listed the 3 allegations that I told you about, okay?
Okay.
All right, any other questions?
No.
All right, go ahead and step to your left. I had to reprint your paperwork. They'll bring you a copy in just a minute. Xander Jackson and then Dontrell Harris to the chair by the door, please. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Xander Jackson, 03/1999.
Thank you. 03 what?
03/11/1999.
Thank you. No problem. I have you here on a new case. You're arrested on 1 allegation of burglary, a Class 2 felony, 1 allegation of trafficking and stolen property, a Class 2 felony, and 1 allegation of theft, a Class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on or about January 15th of this year. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I'm appointing an attorney to assist you. You'll have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $75,000 secured appearance bond. I'm also ordering that should you post that bond and be released, that an electronic ankle monitoring device be installed prior to your release from custody, and that you be placed on house arrest under the supervision of pretrial services. I'm further ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It's going to include that you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime or have contact with any alleged victim, witness, or co-defendant. You're also not to possess any weapons. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
Yeah.
Any questions?
No.
All right, thanks, sir. You can step to your left. Dontrell Harris and then Lindsay Perry, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Dontrell Quayshawn Harris, June 30th of 1999.
Thank you. I have you here on, sorry, my computer just needs to, there we go. All right, I have you here on a probation violation matter. A petition to revoke your probation's been filed. I'm appointing you an attorney, and you'll have court on February 4th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $1,500 secured appearance bond, and I'm ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It's going to include that should you post your bond and be released, you need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours of your release from custody. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Any questions?
No, I don't want to waste these people's time. I'll talk to somebody else about it. Thank you.
No problem. Lindsay Perry, and then Akondo Waniqua to the chair by the door, please. Perry, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Lindsay Michelle Perry, my date of birth 7/18/1986.
Thank you. I have you on a bench warrant out of Superior Court for failing to appear at your sentencing. You'll have court on February 5th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $1,000 secured appearance bond, and I'm ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. Do you understand everything I've told you?
Yes.
Any questions?
No.
All right. Thanks, ma'am. You can step to your left. Akondo, please, and then Pauline Hernandez to the chair by the door, please. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Akendo E. Wanika, September 27th, 1990.
Thank you, sir. I have you here on a new case. You're arrested on one allegation of robbery, a class 4 felony, one allegation of aggravated assault, a class 5 felony, and one allegation of obstruction, a class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I'm appointing you an attorney. You'll have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond, and I'm ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
No. What is the bond?
So it's a secured appearance bond, which means you can use a bonding company. Typically, they're looking for about 10% of the total amount with some collateral. There's a list of bonding companies back in the facility that you can contact if you'd wish. If you post your bond, you'll be released and responsible for appearing at your next court date. If you fail to appear, your bond could be forfeited and a warrant could issue for your arrest. Otherwise, you'll remain in custody until at least your next court date unless the state decides not to press charges.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I would respectfully ask that you would take into consideration that I'm taking classes right now, and I've been in a behavioral health program of November 15th, and I'm currently in that, and I take classes from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday, and then I also have a event class on Saturdays. I do go to AA every day, and usually online through Zoom, and I'm also doing well variety classes, and also the Native Talking Circle. And within last year, I was able to get my behavioral health certification through online classes, and that was through one of these programs as well. And I also was able to get my FBI background clearance card to work with elderly and any other people. And, I believe I wouldn't be able to make bond, and I'm really doing my best to live a better life. And I would respectfully ask if you would consider being released on my own recognizances, and I would be able to pay fines or anything that would be needed. And I do take drug and urine tests weekly, but I'm supposed to be graduating from those classes in a few months, and I'm also supposed to get a peer support certification as well. And if I'm held here, I'm gonna kind of lose all that. So I please respectfully ask for some type of help, and I'm willing to do whatever I need to do to make everything right.
Okay, thank you for telling me that. I do appreciate that additional information. I have to make my decision regarding release pursuant to the rules set forth within Rule 7.2. And I have to consider a lot of different factors, including risk to the community, the pretrial risk assessment score, which rates you at a max risk. I also had to review the Form 4 to make my considerations here. It appears that the allegations are that you initially engaged in a shoplifting and then engaged in a fight with the security guard there, punching him in the face. When police officers arrived to try and step in, it appears that you resisted them, wouldn't get in the vehicle, actually assaulted. The allegation is that you assaulted a police officer by kicking the police officer, refused to provide the police officer with your true name. So for all of those reasons, I don't find a lower bond to be appropriate at this time, but I appreciate the information that you provided me. You can talk with your attorney about how to move forward, but given all of the factors here, I do think this bond is appropriate at this time, okay? So go ahead and step to your left. Make sure you get a copy of your paperwork, sir. Thank you. Pauline Hernandez, and then Christopher Gazzardo to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
It's Pauline Hernandez, 103178.
Thank you. I have you here on a new case. You're arrested on one allegation of aggravated driving under the influence, a Class 4 felony, one allegation of extreme driving under the influence, a Class 1 misdemeanor, two allegations of driving under the influence, which are Class 1 misdemeanors, and one allegation of driving with a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I'm appointing you an attorney. You'll have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond, and I'm ordering that should you post that bond and be released, that you participate in drug and alcohol testing and monitoring under the supervision of pretrial services. I'm also ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It's going to include that you're not to possess or consume any drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and you're not to drive a motor vehicle. You're also here on a warrant out of the Surprise Municipal Court for one allegation, or I'm sorry, not a warrant. You were also arrested on charges out of the Surprise Municipal Court for one allegation of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and one allegation of disorderly conduct, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those allegations as well. I'm appointing you a lawyer in that case also. You'll have court on February 4th at 1:30 in the afternoon. In that case, you have a $50 secured appearance bond, and I'm ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It will include that you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim or witness. You're also not to possess any weapons, and you must obey any terms of any orders of protection that have been issued or may be issued. Do you understand everything I've told you?
I do, and I have a couple quick questions.
Sure, go ahead.
My license is not suspended.
I disagree.
When did it become suspended?
It looks like you were arrested for a separate DUI matter.
And I have the documents that it was discharged.
Hold on one second. So it looks like you were arrested in
December
December. Okay, hold on, let me just speak. December 15th for a DUI matter, and it looks like there was an admin per se on your license for a BAC at or over 0.08, and that the withdrawal effective date of the suspension or the suspension effective date was January 14th of this year.
Okay, I guess I'm confused because I have the discharge paperwork saying that those charges were dropped.
Right, that doesn't mean that your license is not suspended.
Oh, I was not aware of that. And also regarding the February 3rd and February 4th, is it possible for me to push that out because I will not be in town? I have a trip planned tomorrow to go see my sister in Wyoming.
Okay, you can't leave the state.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Christopher Gazzardo, and then Shelby Popejoy to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Christopher Mark Gazzardo, April 30th, 1966.
Thank you, sir. I have you here on a new case. You were arrested on 2 allegations of disorderly conduct, which are Class 1 misdemeanors, 1 allegation of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 allegation of assault, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations. Based on the financial affidavit provided, you are not indigent, so you don't qualify for a court-appointed attorney, but you can retain your own attorney or represent yourself. You'll have court on January 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Peoria Municipal Court. You have a $1,000 secured appearance bond, and I'm ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It will include that you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons. You must obey any terms of any orders of protection that have been issued or may be issued. You may not reside with the alleged victim, even if you are the owner or renter of that property. You are allowed 1 civil standby with a local law enforcement officer to return to the property if you need to collect some of your essential belongings. Any violation of this no victim contact order, even if the alleged victim wants to have contact with you, could constitute you being charged with a separate felony offense. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step to your left. Shelby Popejoy, and then Kaylee Carr to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Shelby Popejoy, 07/1896.
Thank you. All right, I have you here on 2 probation violation matters. In each case, a petition to revoke your probation has been filed. I'm appointing you an attorney, and you'll have court on February 4th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. In each case, you have a $500 bond, so your total bond is $1,000 secured appearance. I'm also ordering that you comply with all of the written orders in your paperwork. It will include that should you post your bond and be released, you need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release from custody. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
Yeah, so did you say they put in a petition to revoke?
Correct.
It's a new probation officer, though, so I was told I have a new probation officer,
Okay.
so I don't know why he would want to revoke it already.
Well, they're
Okay.
saying, they're alleging a term 1 violation occurred, that on December 22nd, you committed a new crime, that you did not report as directed when you were released on, it looks like, November 28th. And that they're also saying you didn't receive prior approval before changing your residence and that your whereabouts have been unknown since November. All right, thanks, sir. Go ahead and step to your left. Kaylee Carr and then Ronald Carrasco to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Kaylee Carr, 7891.
Thank you. I have you here on a municipal court warrant out of the Peoria Municipal Court for failing to comply with your probation there. They're alleging a probation violation. I am appointing you a lawyer, and you'll have court on January 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Peoria Municipal Court. You have a $401.96 cash-only bond that your judge set there, which I am affirming, and I'm ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It will include that if you do have a probation officer, you need to contact them within 72 hours of your release from custody. Do you understand everything I've told you?
Yes.
All right, any questions?
No.
All right, thanks, ma'am. You can step to your left. Ronald Crosco and then Sergio Ortiz to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Ronald Jean Carrasco, June 11th, 1996.
Thank you, sir. I have you here on a probation violation matter, a petition to revoke your probation, or I'm sorry, you're here because they're alleging you failed to appear at your probation violation hearing. I'm appointing, an attorney was already appointed to you. I'm affirming that. You'll have court on February 4th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $750 secured appearance bond, and I'm ordering that you follow all of the written orders in your paperwork, including that you need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step to your left. Sergio Ortiz, please, and then Anthony Norman to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Sergio Ortiz, 9184.
Thank you, sir. I have you here on 2 probation violation matters. In each case, a petition to revoke your probation has been filed. I'm appointing you an attorney, and you'll have court on February 4th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. In each case, you have a $500 bond, so your total bond is $1,000 secured appearance, and I'm ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It's going to include that you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release from custody. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
Yes.
Any questions?
No.
All right, thanks, sir. You can step to your left. Anthony Norman, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Name, Anthony Javier Norman, date of birth, January 26, 1988.
All right, thank you, sir. Give me 1 second.
This is for the warrant matter, correct?
Just 1 second, sir.
Okay, my apologies.
No problem. Okay, I think we should be ready to print now. All right, Mr. Norman, if you could come to the podium. All right, sir, I apologize.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me your name and date of birth one more time?
Anthony Javier Norman, January 26, 1988.
Thank you, sir. All right, I have you here on a warrant out of the Pioneer Justice Court for alleged resisting arrest matter. I am appointing you a lawyer in that case. You'll have court on January 31st at 8:30 in the morning in the Pioneer Justice Court. In that matter, I'm affirming your judge's bond, which is a $256 secured appearance bond, and ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. You're also here on a probation violation matter. A term 1 violation has been alleged. It looks like you were arrested on some allegations.
Your Honor, ma'am, if I may.
Not yet, hold on.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
It looks like you were arrested on, some allegations and were seen on the 5 a.m. calendar today by Commissioner, Huckabee.
Correct.
So the probation department is alleging that that new arrest constitutes a violation of your probation. I'm appointing you a lawyer in that case as well. You'll have court on February 4th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. And in that matter, pursuant to Rule 7.2C, you'll remain in custody without bail until at least your next court date on the 4th. Now, what did you have a question about?
I just seen the judge this morning for that matter, and they issued a bail of $250. I had a probation violation at 5 a.m. The term one violation for my probation, they issued a bail for $250, as well as the bail they issued for my other charge, the resisting arrest.
No, I don't see that. There's no probation violation. You were seen by Commissioner Huckabee.
I apologize. I have my paperwork right here that shows it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right, I can tell you what happened. You have multiple probation, so this is a different probation matter is the issue. So I can see that Commissioner Huckabee saw you on your probation matter ending in the matter 679, right? This is a different probation violation matter. This is the probation case ending in 195.
So I'm getting a bail for one, but not for the other. Why is that?
I don't know. I can't tell you why Commissioner Huckabee made the decision she did. I can tell you why I'm ordering that you be held without bail.
Why is that?
Because I read the Form 4 and it indicates that you committed new felony offenses while you were on probation. And then it alleges that when police tried to contact you, you barricaded yourself for over an hour. So given all the information there, I do think there's a substantial likelihood you'll be suffering a term of incarceration in this matter. And that's why I'm ordering that you be held without bail.
For a class 6?
Correct.
I'm telling you, they seen me on that matter and they gave me a bail for that matter. I was actually in the process of bonding out for that matter already, and the judge even mentioned it. If I could just grab my paperwork from right there, please, Your Honor.
You can grab your paperwork, but I believe what you're saying. I can see what Commissioner Huckabee did. Go ahead if you want to grab your paperwork. I'll see someone else and then we'll call you back up. All right, Michael Davis and then Maisie Correa to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Michael Davis. My date of birth is 7670. I would like to bring something to your attention. Since the last time, I've also retained a home. I retained a job.
Okay.
And I also got a phone number. So I will show up for court if the court would be willing to give me that opportunity.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. Let me just tell you this information first, and then if
Okay.
you have anything additional you want to tell me, I'll definitely consider it.
Thank
You were arrested on one allegation of possession of narcotic drugs, that's a Class 4 felony, and one allegation of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. But I did not find probable cause to support those allegations. That doesn't mean those allegations necessarily go away. The county attorney could still charge you with them, but at this time, I didn't find enough evidence to support those allegations, so I'm not holding you as to those allegations. I am still going to appoint you a lawyer, and you'll still have court on February 12th and February 14th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. But for the time being, as to this matter, you're going to be released without condition.
Oh, God.
And then, hold on one second, because I have to tell you about your other case. You do have a warrant out of the West Mesa Justice Court for failing to appear at your court date there.
I know that.
You're going to have court on February 18th at 8:30 in the morning in the West Mesa Justice Court.
I didn't
Hold
have.
on. It's okay. It's okay.
I just
Hold
didn't
on.
have a ride.
Totally understand. I'm
And-
gonna release you on your own recognizance.
I'm gonna show up. I got a ride now. I have a ride now.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna release you on your own recognizance in that matter. Which means I'll release you as long as you promise to go to court
You have my word.
and follow the written instructions in
You
your
have my word.
paperwork.
You have my
Thank
word.
you, sir. If you fail to go to court, a warrant could issue for your arrest.
You won't see me again. Oh,
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. Make sure you get your paperwork. Maisie, please. I think so. And then, Nicholas Size to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Hello, my name is Maisie Clary, but my birthday is 04/10/2006.
Thank you. I have you here on a new case. You're arrested on 2 allegations of aggravated assault, which are class 6 felonies, 1 allegation of disorderly conduct, a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 allegation of consuming liquor under the age of 21, a class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I'm appointing an attorney to assist you. You'll have court on February 12th and February 14th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. I'm planning to release you on your own recognizance, which means I will release you as long as you promise to go to court and comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. If you fail to do either one, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you promise to go to your court date?
Yes, I do. I do have a question
Sure.
though. Because I live all the way in East Mesa, so would I be able to, by any chance, like get it, like the court switch to Mesa instead, or like maybe do it online? Because I'm not sure if I could get a ride down there.
Okay, that's
And if anything, then I could just get an Uber, but it would be easier.
Unfortunately, the only location for the Superior Court hearings is downtown. Sometimes they do some virtual hearings, but unless your judge tells you you can have a virtual hearing, you have to appear. So for at least your first court date, you're going to have to appear. Talk to your lawyer, though, to see if there's any virtual hearings available.
Okay. Also, another thing is yesterday or the day before, it was the 27th and the 28th. I had to call my judge to have her review something from the past because I had done my community service hours. I was not able to do that. Is that going to mess up that at all since I didn't contact her?
I have no idea because I don't know what court that is or what case you're talking about.
Okay.
All right, so you'll have to still try and contact them, okay?
Okay, and is the address on the paper that I'm going to get?
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. Nicholas, please, and then Riley Pinvidic to the chair by the door, please. So we have Nicholas. All right, good morning, Nicholas. If you could remove your hat for me, please, and then tell me your full name and date of birth.
Nicholas Sean Sis, 22794.
Thank you. I have you here on a bench warrant out of Superior Court for failing to appear after prosecution was reinstated in your case. You're going to have court on February 5th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. It looks like mail was returned when they tried to, or it looks like, I guess I shouldn't say necessarily that mail was returned, but I can't confirm that you received notice that prosecution was reinstated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to release you in this matter to the supervision of pretrial services. That means you're going to be released and you're going to receive an envelope. That envelope will have instructions as to what you need to do in order to comply with pretrial services. If you fail to comply or you fail to go to your court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you promise to go to your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, thanks, sir. You can step to your left. I re-signed that one, Mel, but we do not need to reprint. Riley, please, and then Justin Batagalia to the chair by the door, please. Good morning. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Riley Daniel Pinvidic, September 29th, 2005.
Thank you. I have you here on a new case. You were arrested on 1 allegation of criminal trespassing, a class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations. Based on the financial affidavit provided, you do not qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, but you can retain your own attorney or represent yourself. You'll have court on February 12th and February 14th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. I'm planning to release you on your own recognizance, which means I will release you as long as you promise to go to court and comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. Those instructions will include that you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have contact with any alleged victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, and you must obey every other court order. I'm also ordering that you shall not enter any ASU property. That means you can't be anywhere on their campus. If you violate these court orders or you fail to appear at court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you promise to comply with these orders and go to your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So my car is still on their campus. What should I do about that?
So you can try and contact a local police agency and tell them you need a civil standby to try and get your car, and they can escort you onto the property.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes. Am I allowed to leave the state?
No,
No?
not at this time.
Is there any way that I can do anything about that because I don't live here in Arizona. I live in California.
Right.
But I can like stay at my grandparents' house, but I also have to go to work.
Okay, you'll have to talk to your lawyer about that to see if they can file something with your next judge.
Okay.
All right, any other questions?
No.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you so much.
Justin, please, and then Anthony Norman, the chair by the door. Good morning, please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Justin James Battaglia, May 30th, 1985.
Thank you, sir. I have you here on a direct complaint warrant. A direct complaint was filed charging you with 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I am appointing you a lawyer, and and those were alleged, by the way, to have occurred back on March 6th of 2023.
Yeah.
I am appointing you a lawyer. You'll have court on February 12th and February 14th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. I'm planning to release you on your own recognizance, which means I'll release you as long as you promise to go to court and comply with the written instructions in your paperwork. If you fail to do either one, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you promise to go to your court date?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
No.
All right, thanks, sir. You can go ahead and step to your left. All right, give me just 1 minute, sir. Sorry, I'm doing something.
Your Honor, if I may address.
No, hold on 1 second. I'm
Yes,
doing something
ma'am.
else. I can't do 2
My
things at the same
apologies.
time.
I'm
No, it's
sorry,
okay.
Your Honor.
It's okay. That's ready. All right, sir. Can you tell me your full name and date of birth once more for the recording?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Anthony Javier Norman. My date of birth is January 26, 1988.
All right, thank you. So I let you know that I was seeing you on a warrant out of the Pioneer Justice Court in Pinal for a resisting arrest matter. And then I was seeing you on a probation violation matter ending in 195. You had been seen earlier today by Commissioner Huckabee on a new case. That's the matter ending in 296. and you had indicated that Commissioner Huckabee also saw you on a probation matter. I let you know that I agreed that it looks like Commissioner Huckabee saw you this morning on the matter ending in 679 in a probation matter, and that she set bonds in both of those cases. I let you know that I set your bond in your Pinal County matter as issued on the warrant, but in your probation violation matter, I was ordering that pursuant to Rule 7.2C, you remain in custody without bail. The new allegations in the matter ending in 296 allege that you, the police allege that you fled from them on foot, tried to flee in a vehicle. When the vehicle wouldn't start, you essentially barricaded yourself in someone else's property, and the police allege that you barricaded yourself in the property for over an hour while they tried to get you to be released. Based on those allegations, I do not find it appropriate to release you with a bond in your probation matter. I do think there is a substantial likelihood that you'll be suffering a term of incarceration in your probation matter. You had indicated you wanted to get your paperwork because you thought Commissioner Huckabee had already seen you on the 950 matter. Were you able to get that paperwork?
Yes, ma'am, and I'm upon further inspection of the paperwork, I'm aware of what you were mentioning earlier when you were saying the difference in the two matters. If I may address the court, ma'am, I asked for the court to show mercy on my situation just due to special circumstances. I have 3 small children that live with me, and they're currently at home in my home by themselves. They don't know where I've been. I mean, maybe someone has contacted them and let them know where I am, but my oldest child is 16 years old, and then I have 2 9-year-olds within them in the home, and there is no one there to care for me but them. I'm a single father here. I'm just asking that you can issue a bail just so I can go home and set up my affairs and get my affairs in order to come back to court the next month if I do have to go do just like you said, there's a substantial likelihood that there will be some jail time. I was just asking if you could set bail so that I could get my affairs in order to care for my children, so I can either make arrangements for them to be transferred schools and sent back to Chicago to be with their parents, because I'm not from here in Arizona and I don't have any family here. I'm just asking that the court show mercy on the situation and issue a bail for the matter just so that I can go home and align my affairs for my small children. And I give the court my word that I will show up to court. I have no issues with showing up to court or anything like that. And I don't feel as if I'm a threat to the community or anything of that nature. With all due respect, Your Honor, I just ask that the court please have mercy on my situation due to the special nature of the circumstances so that I can go arrange my affairs for my small children, because like I said, as of right now, they're at home alone and they don't have any way to fend for themselves, and we don't have any other family here. My apologies for being so lengthy, Your Honor.
Who is watching your children when this allegedly occurred?
I mean, my oldest son is 15 going on 16. So when they get out of school, he pretty much cares for them for the few hours that it takes for me to get from work back to home, because I'm currently on intensive probation and I recently just started a new job. So, I get off work daily at 2 p.m. and then from 2 p.m. through the fight with traffic on the way home, it's probably about a good hour, maybe hour, 20 minutes commute from my job to my home. And then at that point, I'm at home in care of my children, where I proceed to cook dinner, help with homework, do bath times, and get them ready for school in the morning. And I do all this on my own, solely on my own as a single father, ma'am, respectfully.
Okay.
Like I say, I just would ask that the court allow me just a bail for opportunity to be able to go care for my children and get all of my affairs in order before I do have to go turn myself in, if potentially that's the final outcome of this matter.
Right. I'm not going to release you. I disagree. I do have concerns that you're a flight risk. You have a warrant out of another county. Hold on. And the Form 4 alleges that when police officers, they responded to an unknown trouble of a female screaming, needing help. When they arrived, they told you to stop. You ran, you fled, you barricaded yourself. So I don't believe that you would go to court. I have real concerns that you would not go to court. And like I said, given the fact that you are on probation for serious felony offenses, I think there is a substantial likelihood that you will suffer a term of incarceration for your probation matter. So I appreciate you sharing that information with me, but given the information I have at this time, I don't find it appropriate to change your release order, okay? So go ahead and step to your left and make sure you get your paperwork. Yes, please. Oh, his paperwork was reprinted, his 36, sorry. All right, and then we'll need to clear the courtroom for our last matter. Oh, the officer, she has the paperwork, she says.
I was just thinking the old one, but.
I got the new.
All right, if we could have our last matter, Mr. Rodriguez. All right, good morning, sir. Please tell me your full name and your date of birth.
Good morning. My full name is Adriel Luna Rodriguez, and 4/21/2000.
Thank you. I have you here on a new case. You're arrested on 4 allegations of sexual conduct with a minor, alleged to have occurred on or about April 2nd of 2022. 1 allegation of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony, and 1 allegation of threatening or intimidating, a class 1 misdemeanor, alleged to have occurred on January 18th of this year. And I should say each of the sexual conduct with a minor allegations are class 2 felonies. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I'm appointing you an attorney. You'll have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $250,000 cash-only bond. I'm also ordering that should you post that bond and be released, that an electronic ankle monitoring device be installed prior to your release from custody, and that you be placed on house arrest under the supervision of pretrial services. I'm also ordering that you comply with all of the written instructions in your paperwork. It's going to include that you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime or have contact with any alleged victim or witness. You're also not to have contact with any minors whatsoever. You're prohibited from accessing the internet through any electronic means except for court, work, or school purposes. You're prohibited from accessing any weapons or possessing any weapons. You must obey any terms of any orders of protection or orders against harassment that have been issued or may be issued. And you're currently on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release from custody. Do you understand everything I've told you, sir?
Yes, I
Any
got
questions?
a question.
Sure.
So back in 2022, I did county time for that 8 months, and then they released me, and I kept messing up back and forth. But I just got out of prison. I did two years for prison for a different case, and I just finished my parole case, and now I'm just stuck on the probation case, which I'm gonna finish pretty soon too. The thing is, like, I don't want to do no county time. That's the thing. Like, where I'm at, I stay at a halfway house. I pay $700 for rent, $60 for my phone. Like, I'm doing good out there, you know. The thing is, like, I just don't want to do no county time. I've done enough time, and I'm just trying to. I'm better now.
Okay, thank you for telling me that. Any other questions?
Well, I don't mind pretrial services or ankle monitoring. I just made a mistake in the past, and now I'm just better.
Okay. One of the allegations is that you threatened I think it was your mom, with a gun while you were on probation, like a week ago, 10 days ago.
The thing is, my manager does head count, so I was there at home.
Hold on, I'm just saying that was one of the allegations. So I don't find it in any way appropriate at this point to release you to pretrial services for the sexual conduct with a minor allegations. You're facing substantial mandatory prison time should you be convicted, and the strength of the state's evidence is incredibly strong, including DNA evidence. So I do think that that would create a substantial risk of flight. So for all of the reasons that I just stated, as well as the reasons listed in your written release order, I don't find it appropriate to release you to pretrial services, okay? So go ahead and step to your left, make sure you get a copy of your paperwork.
I got a question. Real quick.
Sure.
It's just that this is violation
No,
of my probation.
these are new charges.
So like I'm be doing county time.
If you can't post your bond, you're going to remain in the custody of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office until your case resolves in some way.
Okay. It's because I just don't want to violate. I'm looking at a lot of time, but it's just these charges happened in 2022.
Some of them, yes, that's the allegation.
And I did time for that, but I don't understand why they bring it up and recharge me for it.
That's something that you can talk with your lawyer about, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right, and then I'm gonna make a record of our house calls. Jesus Vasquez is not present because he was exhibiting bizarre behavior, so I'll go see him in the facility. He's on a new case. He was arrested on one allegation of possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony, but I did not find probable cause to support that allegation. I've appointed him a lawyer. He'll have court on the 12th and the 14th at 8:30 in the morning, but otherwise he'll be released without condition in that matter. And then number 9 and 10 on the calendar, Alexis Amato. She is not present because they have concerns about a health issue for her. So I will go see her in the facility. She is here on a new case. She was arrested on one allegation of possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony. I am appointing her a lawyer, and she'll have court on, can we reprint 9 for her? She'll have court on February 3rd and February 6th at 8:30 in the morning. She has a $50 secured appearance bond. And then she's also here on a probation violation matter. I appointed her a lawyer in that case. She'll have court on the 4th at 8:30 in the morning. She has a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If anything should change after I speak with either of these individuals, I will note that change by making a subsequent record in the written release order documenting any changes. Otherwise, this will conclude the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar, and the court will stand in recess until 2 p.m. I'm trying to get on the computer. Oh, great, now I'm locked out. And then they made me change the password, and I was putting in the password. What is that? Password. Come on.
You just have to wait like 10 minutes. Oh, right. Oh, right. You can try and call me, but I don't, I'm probably gonna tell you to be.
Can I do these, can I give like the talking
you're
from
on.
everything? Okay. Good afternoon. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for, if I could remember today's date, we are January the 28th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Additionally, I'd like to remind you. Oh, I'm sorry.
One moment, Your Honor. Or I don't know
Yes.
if you want me to make the announcement or not. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you know what? I would actually appreciate it. I just forgot that you were on the phone
Okay.
line.
Yeah. Buenas tardes. Este es el calendario de la comparecencia inicial del día de hoy, 28 de enero del 2025, de las 2 de la tarde. Las órdenes emitidas el día 1 del mes con respecto a la toma de huellas dactilares y muestra de ADN aplica en todos los casos.
I'd also just like to remind you that you do have the right to remain silent. So you should think carefully before making any statements about what happened or what you are accused of.
También deben de recordar que tienen el derecho de permanecer en silencio, así de que tienen que pensar con cuidado si dicen algo acerca de lo que pasó.
Also, most of you will have written release conditions on your paperwork.
También la mayoría de ustedes recibirá condiciones para su puesta en libertad que estarán por escrito.
I will not be reading every condition to you during the hearing.
No les voy a leer toda la información a ustedes durante las audiencias.
However, you are ordered to comply with each and every one of your written conditions.
Sin embargo, se les ordena cumplir con todas y cada una de sus condiciones.
So be sure to read them carefully.
Así de que asegúrense que las leen con cuidado.
Also, everybody who's on probation.
También para todos los que tienen régimen probatorio.
You will have a condition that says to contact your probation officer within 72 hours if you are released.
Ustedes tendrán una condición que indicará que deben de contactar a su agente de probatoria en las primeras 72 horas si es que quedan en libertad.
Thank you. And I'm just having some trouble getting onto the computer, so as soon as I get on the computer, then we can start.
Gracias. Tan pronto como pueda entrar a mi computadora, comenzamos.
And I appreciate your tolerance.
Gracias por su paciencia.
Do you think I could try again now? Or do you think stop it in time? I know. I'm just like saying earlier, say another 10 minutes from now. That's the only thing. I'm gonna try. I know I have the right email. I mean, I know I have the right password. At least I think I do. I can't tell. Is there a way to tell? Dang it. Maybe it is on. I just can't tell.
If you get it, the light should come on or off.
There's no light. No, I understand where the caps lock is.
I know, but once you type in the password, it'll tell you if it's on and off if you can use caps lock.
Like here, like here, I'm just trying to, here, like I'm clicking on the shift to actually do a cap. But it's not doing it. So then I just want to click regular number. So I don't think I'm a caps, right? Okay, but it's not, I think we're gonna have to call police.
I need to get up and do something for like 5 minutes. I'm not gonna
That sounds fine.
log off. So I'll be right back. Thank you.
I would appreciate it, yeah. Thank you so much, please come back. Dang it. If I could have gone, I should have gone on to this sooner. I would have.
We're incorporating on my court and
Hello? I thought it was rain, maybe I did too quickly. Do I have to press the button? No. I need to press the button? No.
Are they not there anymore?
No, I think I accidentally lifted it too quickly. I anticipated it too. I have never had problems getting into this computer. It's like, I'm the problem.
I know what's cooking today. I'm gonna try to start in a second.
Hello? Oh, thank you so much. Okay, sure, it's Teresa, Teresa. Oh, and I'm so apparently, I just had to change the other one, not this one.
The interpreter is back, Your Honor.
Oh, great, perfect timing. I'm getting onto the computer. Just need to do the bench view. Okay, and then you're here for number 15, is that correct? Is she on that one? Oh, terrific, okay. Then if we could take Gabriel Martinez at the podium, and could Ramon Flores please go to the chair outside the door.
Señor Gabriel Martínez, pase al podium.
Oh, oh yes, one needs 11 signs. Okay. Well, let me just quickly do that. Fine. Back to 15. Okay. Hello, sir. Could you please state your full name?
Dígame su nombre completo.
Gabriel Martínez Martínez,
Okay, and your date of birth?
Gabriel Martínez Martínez. ¿Y su fecha de nacimiento?
1993.
1993, July 9.
Okay, so it's 1993?
¿Es del 93?
92.
92.
Okay. And you are being charged with 1 count of possessing or using a narcotic drug as a class 4 felony.
Tiene
And
un
1
punto
count,
acusatorio de posesión o uso de droga narcótica, delito categoría 4.
and 1 count of possessing or using a drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony.
Un punto acusatorio de posesión o uso de artículos de droga, delito categoría 6.
I find that there is probable cause for those charges.
Determino que existe motivo fundado en esas acusaciones.
I am appointing the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Le voy a asignar un defensor público del condado Maricopa para que lo represente.
You have a status conference set on February the 12th at 8:30 a.m.
Tiene una audiencia de actualización el día 12 de febrero a las 8:30 de la mañana.
And a preliminary hearing set on the February the 14th at 8:30 a.m.
Y una audiencia preliminar el 14 de febrero a las 8:30 de la mañana.
I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance.
Ordenaré que quede en libertad bajo caución juratoria.
That means I'm releasing you on your promise to appear for court. Okay?
Eso significa que lo dejo en libertad y usted promete presentarse a sus audiencias. ¿Está bien?
So be sure to show up to court.
Así de que preséntese a sus audiencias.
Because you will not get that opportunity again to just be able to come back on that OR. Okay?
Porque no tendrá la oportunidad de salir bajo juratoria la próxima vez. ¿Está bien?
Ok, está bien. Muchas gracias.
Okay, that's fine.
Alright.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you'll get the paperwork, and be sure to show up at it's 175 West Madison Street. The information is on your paperwork.
Asegúrese que se presenta a las direcciones 175 West Madison. Estará incluida en sus documentos.
And there is the information also is in Spanish, correct?
Y la información también está en español.
Detention officer, I believe there is information. It is in Spanish as well, correct? I think on the other side. Only in English?
Oh, here it is.
The other side is on Spanish. Okay, great. Okay,
Muy
thank
bien.
you. So just go to that, you'll get that.
Thank you. Your Honor,
And
would
thank
you like
you.
me to make an announcement?
Yes, I very much appreciate it.
Sure. ¿Hay alguien más que necesite intérprete en español? Si es así, levanten la mano. Any hands?
Okay, great. Then thank you. You definitely may hang out. So I appreciate
Thank
it
you.
again.
Sure.
All right. So then, if we could take Raymond Flores to the podium and Stefana Greer to the chair. Hello. Okay, now, sir, you have 2 cases before us today, number 28 and number 29. Let's get your name first. What's your name, your full name?
Ramon Christopher Flores.
I'm sorry, what?
Ramon Christopher Flores.
Okay, I have Raymond Christopher Flores. Would that be a name that you're also known as?
Yeah.
And your date of birth?
4792.
All right. Now I have, as I said, I have actually I have 2 warrants for violating your probation. Let me go back to number 28 on your docket. As I stated, you have a warrant for violating your probation. I will be appointing the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office to represent you. It looks as though you might have counsel, but just on the safe side, I'll make sure that you have counsel. You have a probation revocation arraignment with a possible disposition hearing set on February the 4th at 8:30 a.m. Now, in this case, you are being held without bond. It was already a warrant for that matter, so I'm just affirming that bond. On your other case, that was not set forth that way, so I am just also affirming the bond in that, which was in the amount for $750. But let me just confirm again, your name as is it Raymond or Ramon?
Ramon.
Ramon Christopher Flores, correct? Date of birth April 7th, 1992. And again, a warrant for violating your probation. I am appointing counsel. You have a probation revocation arraignment with a possible disposition hearing set for the same date and time, February the 4th at 8:30 a.m. And you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750 in this case. You obviously do not want to make bond in this case since you're going to be held without bond on the other one for this time period. Okay? All right, so you just go to the left, you'll get your paperwork. Stefana Greer, please go to the podium. Jalon Coleman, please go to the chair. And in Stefana, could I please have your full name?
Yes, Typhina Greer.
And yes, and that's
Typhina.
I'm sorry, just maybe I didn't hear.
It's Typhina.
Typhina, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, you're right. Typhina makes much more sense. It sounds prettier. So, okay. And then your date of birth?
2/14/95.
All right, and you have a new case. You are being charged with one count of robbery as a class 4 felony. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. with a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. I actually initially had a much higher bond set for you, which is why you're actually being, I have you set earlier. But the prosecutors, for some reason, were requesting just a $250 bond. So for some reason, they were just thinking that $250 would be appropriate. I'm going to follow the request. They must have some reason why they thought that this was appropriate. So I'm just going to go with the request. Okay?
Okay.
So, like I said, I actually had a much higher bond set initially. Like when I was first thinking about this, I had a much higher bond in my head. So I'm going to actually follow the recommendation though.
So I'm not being released?
No, you have a bond in the amount of $250, but I had a bond initially set in the thousands.
Okay.
So I'm reducing it to the 250.
Okay.
Okay? So, but if you go to the left, you'll get your paperwork. Could Jalon Coleman please go to the podium and Lee Chavez go to the chair? Hello, could I please have your full name?
Jalen Devontae Coleman,
All right, and could I please have your date of birth?
March 3rd,
So 321?
yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
1996.
All right, so again, then it's 3/21/1996?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just making sure. And I have a warrant for your probation, so you have a warrant for violating your probation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. Although it seems like you might have existing counsel. It's just that sometimes, counsel, like from the time that you last had them, they might have, gotten another job. might left. So I want to make sure you have counsel. All right, so you have a probation revocation arraignment with a possible disposition hearing set for February the 4th at 8:30 a.m. I'm setting a secured appearance bond in this case. Let me just double check what's going on here. Because
Actually, I have no idea what's going on.
okay, well, actually, yes. I was just looking at that the bond amount is pretty high, but I'm actually just affirming the bond that was already set by an Honorable Rodney Mitchell. So it was set in the amount of $5,000. So I am affirming the bond that was already in place. Now you have a petition to revoke your probation. And that was placed on November the 20th, 24. I don't have everything else. Because I don't have the actual petition. Let's see. Oh, here, I can look it up. Basically, it looks like they have had trouble finding you. They've had trouble, like changed your residence, that you weren't at the same place, that they've so at this moment, that's fine. It's like something that you can work with them. They can see about getting you, whether or not they can reinstate you on probation or not. But at this moment, you have this bond amount on you. You can, of course, if you can make the bond, you can be released. There are sometimes where, and I have a couple today actually, where it's not able to get released. Okay, so at least you do have that opportunity. You can just go to your left, you'll be able to get that paperwork. Lee Chavez, please go to the podium. Henri Matias, please go to the chair. Hello. Could you please state your full name?
Yes, my name is Leroy Chavez.
All right, and your date of birth?
5/26/76. I apologize for my appearance, but I'm very sick today.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you're sick, and you'd never have to worry about this. This is an initial appearance, and I'm just glad you're able to stand up, you're able to be in this courtroom, that I don't have to go to the cell to see you. So let's see. You are being charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault as a class 3 felony and 1 count of possessing a weapon by prohibited person. I am finding that there is probable cause for these charges. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. Also, it was unsure of whether or not you live in the same residence as the alleged victim or victims.
I do
So,
not. They are trespassed from there about 2 months ago.
okay, well, if you live, then it just goes to the basis that if you do live in the same residence as them, then you can't. But but right now it just goes on there that if you may not reside in the same residence as them. So if you don't, then it doesn't matter. But my information in here is that if you get released, you cannot live in the same residence, you would have to move. But if you don't, then it doesn't matter, okay? So I'm not gonna have to change my order. All right, so just, the paperwork is to your left, okay? All right. That was Henri Matias, please go to the podium. Raul Sainz Diaz, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Could you please state your full name?
It's Henri Matias.
And your middle name is Uriel?
Oh, that's my middle.
Right, your middle name. And your date of birth?
Date of birth is January 30th, 1997.
All right, and I have that you are being charged with 1 count of criminal trespassing in the 1st degree on a residential structure as a class 6 felony, and 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal damage as a class 2 misdemeanor. Oh, hold on, let me just double check. This is a you know what, I do need to edit this. I need to appoint counsel. I am appointing counsel to represent you. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. Did I sign that? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm sending counsel to represent. Okay, hold on. I went over the charges. I'm finding that there is probable cause for these charges. I'm appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victims. The rest of the conditions will be on your paperwork. And you can, and they are getting the new paperwork, because I had not appointed counsel and I want to make sure you have counsel. Okay, so Raul Saint Diaz, please go to the podium. Robert Leal, please go to the chair. Hello.
Hi.
Could you please state your full name?
Robert Hill?
Hold on. You are not the same person I have here. So what's your name?
Robert Leo?
Robert Leal. Oh, did I just deal with Raul Saint Diaz?
Raul Saint Diaz, right?
Okay, sir, you're supposed to be at the chair.
Raul Saint Diaz. Wake up. Get up off the floor. Raul Saint Diaz.
What's over here? And could you also pull down your hoodie and go to the podium?
Something Diaz, like,
Do you need an interpreter?
no, I can,
Okay, do you understand me?
yes.
Okay. Because we had an interpreter. Okay. All right. So could you please state your full name?
My last name?
No, your full name.
Okay, Raul Sainz Diaz,
Your date of birth, please.
May 8, 91.
All right. Now you are being charged with 1 count of burglary in the 2nd degree as a class 3 felony and 1 count of robbery as a class 4 felony. I did find that there is probable cause for these charges. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. I am setting a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $10,000. Okay, so you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims, and all the rest of your release conditions will be on your paperwork.
Okay, so.
You have a bond in the amount of $10,000.
Yeah, I need to pay that, no?
Yes, you can use a bonding company to help you pay, and if you get released, you need to make sure that you do not go back to that scene of the crime and do not contact any victims.
No, okay, no, I don't have problem with that, yeah, okay, so I go out like normal and bring the money, figure out the thing, or how I can do that thing? It's because it's my first time here, so it's a little confused.
I'm just saying that you have a bond amount in the amount of $10,000, and so if you can make that $10,000 bond, then you can be released. And you can use a bonding company to help you.
Okay. Yeah,
Right?
I think I'm gonna use that, yeah.
Okay. So in the detention office can help give you more advice.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Robert Leal, please go to the podium. And Johnny Deacon, please go to the chair. Now you match the picture. Okay. All right. So could you please state your name?
Robert Leo,
And your date of birth?
8/11/1976.
All right. And you are being charged with 1 count of possessing possessing drugs, dangerous drugs for sale as a Class 2 felony, 1 count of possessing or using dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 1 misdemeanor. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $7,500. Okay, so if you just go to the left, you'll get your paperwork. Johnny Gayton, please go to the podium. And Michael Green, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Could you please state your full name?
Johnny Gaitan,
And your middle name is Salvador?
yes,
And your date of birth?
10/6/64.
All right. Now, let me just double check. You are being charged with 1 count of trafficking and stolen property in the 1st degree as a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree with unlawful entry as a Class 4 felony. I did find that there is probable cause for these charges. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. I am setting a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $2,500. You also have another case, and that is a warrant for violating probation. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment with a possible disposition hearing set on February the 4th at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $100. If you do, as I stated in the beginning of this morning, if you do get released, be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay? You can go to the and you can get your paperwork. Yes, good stuff. Michael Green, please go to the podium. Manuel Ramirez, please go to the chair.
Good afternoon.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the greeting. All right, so could you please state your name?
Michael Adam Green.
All right, and I only have a Michael A. Green, but you're going to go to the Justice Court, so you can just, if they only have your middle initial, you can make sure that they get that
Sure,
corrected later.
sure.
Your date of birth?
6/5/1986.
All right, and I have that correct on here. I have that this is a warrant at Justice Court, at Dreamy Draw Justice Court. It's for issuing a bad check, and, I wish I'd gotten my information I had. Okay, so there is I'm just affirming the warrant that was already in place. It is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. So if you can.
And Your Honor, I've, this has been going on now about two years,
Yeah.
I believe. I
Yeah, it
used to
looks
own.
like you've failed to appear 4 times, though.
Yeah,
So I can't.
I've paid bonds every single time, and so I'm paid more than the amount of what I actually owe. And I set up a payment plan about a month ago, and then got ill. So I went to court on my own and showed up to get on the calendar and spoke to a judge, and he put me on a payment plan. And I just didn't fulfill that payment plan because I got sick. So I'm willing to go and pay. I'd rather just pay the amount than pay the bond.
No, I can understand that.
So if you'd be so gracious as to let me do so, I would commit to doing that.
Well, the one thing is, that at least it's a secured appearance bond, okay? Now, if it's a secured appearance bond, is that you can actually work with the bail bond person, and so then you only have to pay, like, generally about 10% upfront, 10% to a bonding company, and like have, collateral of $1,000. But I don't feel comfortable changing this court's bond. It seems like you've failed to appear several times.
I've been OR'd several times.
I'm not going to change the bond,
Okay,
but I do wish you luck well.
thank you. So $100 bond.
Well, you got to work with the bonding company. I don't know what every bonding company does, but it's generally, like, my understanding is it's usually like like their fee is like 10%, and like you have to have, collateral for the total amount of the bond.
Otherwise, it's $1,000 cash.
Right.
Okay.
But then just so you know, if, when you get there, you can get your entire amount back. You can get, like, if you paid the whole cash. Okay, no, that's what I'm just saying. If you paid the cash bond, then they could actually take out the entire amount like that you owe at court, and you could get the rest of the money back. So yes, like when you go back to, so you can actually get the rest of your money back from the court.
The previous money from other,
Okay, I have no idea about that. I'm just saying that you can get, like, yes, so like, let's say that you owe money to the court. Yeah, let's get back.
Okay, I just want to
I'm just telling you
understand, so-
information. This is not legal advice, okay?
Great, I appreciate it.
So just that whenever you have a bond,
Okay,
like, so, and then you go to court, you owe money to the court, they will take out whatever you owe. So like if you owe on other courts and other cases and whatever, like you owe, like let's say you have another case from them, but you owe that money to that court, they can take money to, you know, that you owe them. But then if you have like a balance, so they can return that bond. So it's exoneration. They can, so as long as you keep showing up for court, they will exonerate your bond.
okay, and that doesn't apply to the same case, previous bond amounts, or that just gets forfeited, period?
No, they will generally forfeit, like if they've already forfeited your bond, you can do a motion that they not forfeit that bond after all, but that's up to them. If they've already forfeited your bond, they will generally keep that
They generally
forfeit.
keep it,
But you can always do a motion that they reconsider forfeiting your bond, like, because like, let's say that you can then show proof that, hey, look, I was in the hospital, or hey,
Right.
look, I was sick, or hey, I was, like, there was, like, there, yeah, like, let's say that you were like in an accident, and you were in the hospital, you know? I mean, they can take, you know, they can always maybe reconsider their decision.
okay, I was wondering, because the amount I forwarded already is covering the cost of the bad check.
But
So I wanted.
if you didn't show up for court, then they forfeit your bond, and there's a reason to forfeit your bond.
Right,
Okay.
understandable, thank you.
All right. Okay, could I please have Manuel Ramirez please come to the podium, and Jesus Muez Campos, please go to the chair. Hello, and could you please state your full name?
Manuel Paul Ramirez.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Manuel Paul Ramirez,
All right, and your date of birth?
2/12/87.
All right, thank you, and I have a warrant. My understanding that you're here for a warrant for violating your probation. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment in a possible disposition hearing set on February the 4th at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. I am affirming the prior court's orders. So if you just go to the left, or just get your paperwork. Oh, hold on, let me just double check. Oh, sir, I'm sorry, you have another case in this court.
Come on back.
Mr. Ramirez? Mr. Ramirez, I'm so sorry, you have another case out of, actually not out of this court, though. It's actually an out-of-county warrant. It's from Navajo County Superior Court.
Yeah, that's dropped. Cops already called and they called him this morning and talked to him and everything, and they couldn't find this, so they.
Well, I know it actually initially was not on my calendar, but then it's on my calendar. So I have that they did find that there is apparently a warrant for $2,000. It's a secured appearance bond out of Navajo County Superior Court for $2,000. So, they may not have initially found it because, like I said, it was not actually even initially on my calendar. But they did find a warrant for $2,000 secured appearance bond. It's secured, obviously, or cash. And so it's something that I have to order. So you just go to your left, you'll get that paperwork as well.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's in with the paperwork that you have. Oh, and I forgot to tell you though, because this is important. I'm sorry. Sure. Just because, I mean, we were talking about the fact that you said it didn't exist. So let me go through the important parts of this.
Because you just,
How does it, I don't understand how it switches when they input it in the computer this morning.
okay,
They didn't put me into jail with that type of arrest.
okay, and like I said, it was not in my calendar when I first got here. But I do see the warrant when I have it. Okay, so, and your name, I have your full name, which is on the same as the other the other case. I have that, and we just went over it, that it's Manuel Paul Ramirez, correct?
Yeah.
Date of birth, February the 12th, 1987, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that it's an out-of-county warrant from Navajo County Superior Court. That the charge is 1 count of DUI as a class 1 misdemeanor. I can't appoint counsel in another jurisdiction, but you have an arraignment hearing set on February the 5th at 8:30 a.m. And there is that warrant, I saw it, and it is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. All right, so yes, you do have paperwork for both cases, for our jurisdiction and their jurisdiction in your hands now. So now, yes, now your initial appearance has been done for this case as well. And I do apologize that you did not have that information earlier, which obviously, like I said, it was maybe found out later on after you'd been taken in.
So what does that mean? Where am I gonna have the appearance, here or in Navajo?
Well, what happens is that Navajo is, they're aware that you're here, that you are supposed to be taken care of in our court first, but they can actually then transport you to their court if you're still in custody. Otherwise, if you bond out, you need to you need to show up for their court. And if you need to basically go to both courts.
I guess.
Okay, Jesus Duens Campos, please go to the podium. Adrian Gallego, please go to the chair. Hello.
Hola.
Could you please state your full name
Jesus Armando Núñez Campos,
and your date of birth?
March 21, 1973.
All right, and I have that you are being charged with 1 count of aggravated domestic violence as a class 5 felony and 1 count of disobeying or resisting an order of a mandated court as a class 1 misdemeanor. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. I will tell you that the county attorney's office had actually sent a recommendation. They wanted actually a much higher bond for you, but I was actually reviewing the Form 4, and I saw that initially the alleged victim in the case was letting you be at the house to watch the dogs, and then she wanted you to leave, and then so I reduced it a lot. So because they wanted like a much higher bond, but I also do feel that there is a basis to have a bond amount. So that's why that is why I am setting a bond at the amount of $2,500. Okay? But you need to make absolutely sure that you abide by the order of protection. I understand that it may seem confusing when the alleged victim may say, hey, look, you can see me now. You can't see me now. You can see me now. Okay. But right now I will tell you that order of protection is law. It is law, okay? You cannot have any contact. She does not get to say when it's in effect and when it's not in effect. It is the judge that gets to say so. So it is always in effect. Do you understand that? Mm-hmm. It has to be quashed by a judge in order for you not to follow an order of protection.
That's what I was on vacation in Mexico. That's why she didn't remove it. And I went back to the house.
Again, I don't want you to talk about the case because whatever you say can be used against you. But I'm just letting you be aware, and I'm getting you counsel so that they can help you they can represent your interests in the case. But I'm just letting you be aware that that I'm still doing a secured appearance bond on you, okay? But that the state actually had wanted you to have a much higher bond. But I do want to make sure that you do not initiate contact with the alleged victims. In fact, you are to have no contact
Let me see what oh, you know what? Oh, I did put down here, you must obey terms of the order of protection issued, which means no contact. Even though I put down not to initiate contact, it is actually, you must obey the order of protection issued, and that is to have no contact. Okay? So just go to the left and you'll get your paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian Gallego, please go to the podium. Great, thank you, you already are. And could Joe Brummett please go to the chair? And sir, you have 2 cases with me today. Could you please state your full name?
Adrian Alonso Diego, date of birth, October 2nd, 1982.
All right. Now, you are being charged with 1 count of resisting arrest with risk of physical injury as a Class 6 felony. And I am appointing counsel to represent you. Oh, and I did find that there is probable cause for this charge. As I stated, I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 12th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 14th at 8:30 a.m. Oh, let's see. Yes. Okay. Same. Do you know what I have? On this case, I was going to. You have, let me just see if you don't. Hold on. This is the page 2.
Excuse me.
Oh, no problem. It's just
No, take your
looks
time.
like I was. This is inconsistent to cases, to release conditions. So let me. This doesn't work out well. I'm going to have to edit number 1. And I have to change the, your dates are changing. Actually, I can just change this to $50.
Are you gonna be sooner or later?
This is gonna actually be earlier. Okay, so as I stated, oh, did I sign it? Did I not sign it? There, okay. All right, so let me just start over again with, okay, we have your name, we have your date of birth, we've gone over the charge, so it's 1 count of resisting arrest as a Class 6 felony. I'm appointing counsel. You have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. I'm actually going to be setting a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $50 because you have a bond in your other case. I want to make sure that you are getting credit on this case. On your other case, you have the warrant for violating your probation, and I'm appointing counsel. You have a probation revocation arraignment with a possible disposition hearing set on February the 4th at 8:30 a.m., and you have a secured appearance bond in that case for the amount of $500. I would not want you to be in on one case and out on the other one, because you would not be getting credit on one case. So the other one is just a very small amount of bond, and so therefore it'll just be an amount of $550 for both cases. Okay?
So,
Let's go through that.
how much will I have to, by now, when will I get out? Next week probably or no?
It depends upon what happens on your case. I don't know, but you have counsel now that can help you. Okay?
And when would I see them?
You'll see them at court on February the 4th.
Okay. 4th or the 3rd?
So what?
The 4th or the 3rd?
4th.
So 4th and the
4th,
6th?
the 4th, which is Tuesday.
4th and 6th?
No, it's 4th and, okay, sorry, the probation revocation is on the 4th, but on the new case, you're right. It's the 3rd and the 6th. So actually, you will be seeing your attorney on the 3rd. So they can talk to you on the 3rd. So you have the 3rd, the 4th, and the 6th. Joe Brummett, please go to the podium. And Hope Kenny, please go to the chair. Well, we have a lot. Okay, let's see. All right. Sir, you have 2 cases before me today. Let's go to the first one. Could you please state your full name
Joe Littleton Brummett,
and your date of birth?
5/27/1977.
Thank you. And you have a justice court warrant out of Hacienda Justice Court.
It was because, I didn't finish my community service.
Okay.
They gave me 80 hours. I think I got 67 done. And, work just has been keeping me busy. So I haven't really had a chance to get it done.
Okay. Well, you have two warrants, and on this one, it is an arraignment. You have an arraignment set on January the 30th at 8:30 a.m., and it is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $300. And on your other case, it is the same. Let's go to that one, number 6 in the docket. And again, your full name, Joe Littleton Brummett, date of birth, the same, May 27th, 1977. Justice Court warrant set out of the same court, Hacienda Justice Court. It is for 1 count of driving on the suspended license as a misdemeanor. You have an arraignment hearing set on the same date, January the 30th at 8:30 a.m. And again, a secured appearance bond in the same amount, $300. So you would have 2, so it was basically $600.
Okay.
Okay?
Is there any way that, you could possibly work with me with like,
I'm not changing their bond.
pretrial services?
No, because it's not Superior Court. We can't do pretrial services on Justice Court.
Okay.
I think, in fact, you may have talked to them about it.
But I mean, it could cause me to lose my job.
Okay, in fact, I even talked to another commissioner, like, did we change things? Because I haven't been here for a little bit, because I'm a part-timer. And, because I think you might have talked to somebody, you might have talked them into it. Because it was actually, I think it was in fact in yours, where pretrial services, I think, wanted to do that. But we don't have the authority. We can't do pretrial services on Justice Court cases. So I'm sorry, it's just not possible. So I apologize, but this is the best we can do. So I'm affirming the prior court's orders, and so
I mean, I've shown up to all of my court dates and all of that. I just don't understand why you guys couldn't just let me go.
Okay. I'm not letting you go. Right.
Okay, I understand. I understand
I'm
that.
not letting you go, and I just have to keep going.
I just don't understand it. It's for not doing something community service.
It's called keep in contact with court. Hope Kenny, please go to the podium. Travis Scrivener, please go to the chair. Hello. Could you please state your full name?
Hope Christine Kenny.
And your date of birth?
September 14th, 1986.
And you have a municipal court warrant out of El Mirage City Court. And you're being charged with 1 count of criminal trespassing in the 1st degree on a residential structure as a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of criminal trespassing in the 3rd degree as a Class 3 misdemeanor. You will be appointed counsel at the next court hearing if you're still in custody. You have an arraignment hearing set on February the 4th at 8 a.m., and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $150.
Is this the case for the one from September?
No.
Or November?
Okay, hold on, let me see. Arraignment hearings, let me just, oh, yes. September 19, 2024.
Right, you released me on with pretrial services, and I went to court for that. And I went to court for that, and they dropped the charges. They had me contact pretrial services, and they released me on that.
Okay, well, again, if I've talked to that gentleman, if I released on pretrial services and I was wrong, because like I just told him, you can't get pretrial services on city court cases or justice court cases because that's not our jurisdiction. So if I did that, then I was definitely in the wrong. And if they dismissed it, then they dismissed it. But if they dismissed it, they could have dismissed it without prejudice. But all I can tell you is that these charges are still in place. And so there's a warrant outstanding, and you have to go to that court to be able to resolve it. Okay? So, like I said, I cannot release you on pretrial services for a city court charge, for a city court case, or for a justice court case. And I'm just following the bond that's in place, which is $150.
Okay, so where's this court here at El Mirage?
This is This is an El Mirage Municipal Court. So yes. I don't have the actual address in front of me, so
I know
I
where it's
don't
at,
know
I
what
live
it
in
is.
Alvarez.
Okay? All right, so if you just go to the left, you'll get that paperwork. Travis Scrivener, please go to the podium.
So I just have to pay the $150 bond to get out today?
Yes.
Or?
Yes, if you pay that money, you can get released, and then you just have to make sure you go to court. You go to El Mirage Municipal Court.
If not, then
Then you'll stay in custody. They will either transport you to court, or they will see you remotely. They'll see you like through video.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, yes, please go to the podium. Thank you. All right, so could I please have your full name?
Travis Ray Scrivener,
Thank you, and your date of birth.
11/15/1988.
Thank you, and you have a municipal court case out of El Mirage Municipal Court. You have 1 count of criminal trespassing in the 3rd degree as a class 3 misdemeanor. And you have an arraignment on February the 4th at 8 a.m. and it's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. All right, if you just go to the left, you'll get your
There's no way I
paperwork.
can get OR, how come it's just like, it's not possible because I work and stuff and I really don't have the cash right now to get bonded out. And so if I don't get bonded out, I'm gonna end up losing my job.
What's the issue about this?
So if that's real possible, if I can get an OR, that would be great.
Let me take a look at this one. I think
Thank
there
you,
was
Your
an
Honor.
issue.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you do have a job?
Yes, ma'am. I work for not Young Brothers, but Phoenix Stores.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now that I review this again, it's just a class 3 misdemeanor. It is misdemeanor, okay. I think I looked at it really quickly. I will change this to OR.
Awesome. Thank you, ma'am.
The paperwork needs to be changed, thanks. Did I just sign it? I think I signed it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you could move over to the side, I'll just get to the next person. Tyrell Tiller?
So I am getting OR, right?
Yes, he's got to get the new paperwork because I have to change the paperwork.
Okay, and I'll get my next court date, all that stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're not, say the next paperwork. Here, please, go back to the podium. Okay, so, I thought I did tell you that. Okay, so again, municipal court, El Mirage Municipal Court, 1 count of criminal trespassing in the class 3 misdemeanor. I cannot appoint counsel to represent you, it's a different jurisdiction. You have an arraignment hearing, because I now just changed the, your bond amount. It is going to be February the 18th at 8 a.m. at your city court, because it is a misdemeanor. I am releasing you on your promise to appear, so you
Okay.
need to make sure you do so. Otherwise,
Yes,
they're
ma'am.
making you look like an
I
idiot.
definitely will.
So make sure that you show up.
I will.
All right? Okay. So the paperwork's been changed, and they have it now. All right?
Thank you. My next.
Tyrell Taylor, please go to the podium. Michael Ramos, please go to the chair. Okay, thank you. Could you please state your full name?
Tyrell Teller,
And your middle name is Key?
yes,
And your date of birth?
4/11/2000.
All right, and you have a warrant for violating your probation. I am appointed the legal advocate's office to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment with possible disposition hearing set on February the 4th at 8:30 a.m. And just affirming the court's warrant, which is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Okay? You just get to the left, you'll get your paperwork. Michael Ramos, please go to the podium. Hello, could you please state your full name?
Say my name?
Yes.
Michael Anthony Ramos,
And your date of birth?
1/6/1963.
Thank you. And you have a You are being charged with 1 count of possessing or using a dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony, 1 count of criminal trespassing in a Class 3 misdemeanor. I do find that probable cause, that there is probable cause for these charges. I am going to.
Ma'am,
Yes.
I didn't quite hear all the charges.
Oh, okay, I'll read them again. You have,
Can I get closer or something?
do we?
If you have the paper, I can see them.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, just stay there and we'll get you something. Do we have like what's this here? Yeah, look at them. I was just wondering if I should wait, or if I should just talk louder. Because usually my sister says I'm just way too loud. She's like, stop talking in your courtroom voice. Oh, yes. Is that okay?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, then let's just start from the beginning.
Okay.
Your name is Michael Anthony Ramos, correct?
Sure.
And your date of birth is 1/6/1963?
Correct.
All right. Now, you are being charged with 1 count of possessing or using dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony.
Yeah, that was for,
No, do not talk to me about the charges, okay?
Okay.
Because whatever you say you have the right to remain silent.
Okay.
You also have 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony,
Yes, ma'am.
and 1 count of criminal trespassing in the 3rd degree as a Class 3 misdemeanor. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you, and you have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Okay, so that's the bond amount. If you just go to the left, you will get your paperwork.
Okay.
Could Jackery Horton Houston please go to the podium? And Jordan Lang, please go to the chair. Hello.
Hello,
Could you please state your full name?
Ja'Cory LaCour Horton Houston.
Yeah, I'm sorry for
Murdered it.
messing up your, yes, I did murder your name. All right, so, then your date of birth.
11/26/79.
All right, and you have a warrant out of Peoria Municipal Court. It is for 1 count of driving with a suspended license, it's a Class 1 misdemeanor. I cannot appoint counsel for you out of another court. Now, you have an arraignment set on January the 30th at 9 a.m., and it is a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $250.
Okay, is there any way that I can?
I'm not changing their bond.
Okay,
So if you want to just go to the left and get that paperwork.
okay. Well, I was gonna ask, I had money put in my books earlier to post bond.
Oh, if they have it, then I'm
Okay.
sure that that can be worked out. Yes.
But then this is another $250. It says a $300 max, that you can put on a day or something like that.
I do not know how that
Yeah.
works.
You have another 250. Bond, right? Correct. Plus this one. Right, so I have money put on my account, but is there a max amount of money you can put on your account? Okay, on my books? Yes. Okay.
Great. Okay, so sir, remember, you need to go to Peoria Municipal Court and make sure that you show up for court, okay? Can Jordan Lang please go to the podium, and Brandy Chia, please go to the chair. Can you please state your full name
Jordan Christopher Lang,
and your date of birth?
4388.
Okay, and you are being charged with 1 count of possessing a weapon by prohibited person as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing or using a dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of taking in prohibited articles into a jail as a Class 5 felony, 1 count of theft as a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony, one count of harassment by communication is a class 1 misdemeanor. Oh, hold on. I did not find probable cause. Hold on, did I not? I need to edit this because I did not, I thought I had already put it in, but I did not find probable cause for the theft charge or for the taking in the jail privileged articles. I did not see that in the Form 4, but I did find probable cause for all the other charges. So it doesn't mean that those charges are dismissed. It just means that if I had not found any probable cause for any of the charges, I'd have to release you without any release conditions. Okay, I know it's kind of confusing.
What was the theft for?
I don't know. That's why I'm saying, I don't know. So it doesn't make any sense to me, so that's why I'm putting down, I did not find any probable cause for those 2 charges. And so maybe there is something out there, because I don't have a police report. I just have like I just have like a little bit of some paragraphs. So I did find, from what I read, I found probable cause for the other charges, but I did not find I did not read anything about stolen property. So that's why I'm not finding probable cause for those charges, but there may be some sort of evidence I don't know about that there is. So what I have does not dismiss any of these, doesn't dismiss these charges, but I am appointing counsel that will be able to get more information, and maybe there isn't any information. There isn't. So maybe those charges will get dismissed later on, okay? But what I am doing right now doesn't dismiss anything, okay? So you will still have to fight those charges later on. So what you will dismiss, so you will of course fight all of the charges, exactly, okay? But I just wanted to let you know that I am going to be doing that. Here, let me just save this and sign it, because that has to still changes the paperwork. Okay, so as I stated, I'm going to be appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. You will have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So that's basically it. If you go to you're going to get your paperwork. They're having to be printed right now, but you'll be getting it. Okay? Just go to your left and you'll be getting it. Could Brandy Chia please go to the podium, and Jerry Sharp go to the chair. Hello, could you please state your full name?
Brandy Chia.
And your middle name is Kay?
Kay.
And your date of birth?
December 16, 1996.
All right, now you are being charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI as a class 4 felony. I am going to be appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 12th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 14th at 8:30 a.m. I am going to be releasing you on your own recognizance, so on your own promise to appear for court. So make sure that you show up for court.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank
and
you.
then, as I stated, I'm going to be appointing counsel to represent you. There will be information on your paperwork about how to be able to reach them, so you may want to do so ahead of time.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome. Jerry Sharp, please go to the podium. And Tyshawn Rice, please go to the chair. Thank you. Could you please state your full name?
Jerry Odell Sharp,
And your date of birth?
2/13/56.
All right, now you are being charged with 1 count of theft, controlling property of another as a class 6 felony. I am going to be appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on February the 12th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 14th at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to be releasing you on what's called pretrial services. So it's going to be a
Pardon me, I didn't hear you, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you need if I just talk a little louder, can you hear?
Yeah, I can't hardly hear you, so.
Okay, can we maybe use the thing again? I have a feeling that it's more than just me speaking a little loud.
I know you said something about the court date and stuff, but
Yeah,
after that.
no. I want to make absolutely sure you hear me. So we
Okay.
have like a device that'll help.
Okay.
No need to, it's not an issue.
Might need a new set of ears. Okay.
Okay, great. Let's, I want to just start off from the beginning then. Again, we had, your name is Jerry Odell Sharp, correct?
Right.
Date of birth, 2/13/1956.
Yes.
You're being charged with 1 count of theft, controlling property of another as a Class 6 felony.
Yes.
I am appointing counsel to represent you.
Yes.
You have a status conference set on February the 12th at 8:30 a.m. And you have a preliminary hearing set on February the 14th at 8:30 a.m. And that will be at Superior Court Phoenix at 175 West Madison Street.
Okay.
And you will be placed on pretrial services supervision. So you're being monitored by pretrial services. You will be getting an envelope that says how to contact them. And so do not lose that envelope.
Okay.
And you need to contact them so that they will monitor you.
Okay.
All right? That's essentially the information. So you'll just get your release conditions from them and just be sure to contact pretrial services.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And make sure you show up for court.
Pardon me?
Make sure you show up for court.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tyshawn Rice, please go to this podium.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Okay, now, could you please state your full name?
Tyshawn Rice.
And your middle name?
Tyshawn LaRon Rice,
Okay, and your date of birth?
5/5/2003.
All right, now you have a justice court case out of El Centro Justice Court. It is 1 count of assault as a Class 1 misdemeanor. Okay, hold on. Yes, as a Class 1 misdemeanor. I cannot appoint counsel to represent another jurisdiction. You have an arraignment hearing set on February the 13th at 8:30 a.m. I am going to be releasing you on your own recognizance. Okay, now I'm just putting down the fact that for you to not initiate contact with the alleged victim, it just seemed like it was just like a very minor situation, but from what I read, but main thing is do not initiate any sort of contact. It's basically if she doesn't want any contact with you, do not have any contact with her, okay? And also, if there is any, it does not look to me like there's any sort of order of protection in place, but if there's any sort of order of protection, or if you get an order of protection, make sure that you follow it, okay?
I do have a couple questions.
I cannot give you any sort of legal advice.
No, okay. Very much.
So I can't give you any legal advice. Obviously, if you want legal advice, be sure you can always hire counsel. Or you can even just, hire somebody for just like even a short period of time to get some, answers, questions answered. Okay? But that's not something that I can do.
I understand.
All right? The main thing is show up for court. All right? Wish you well.
Thank you.
Now, there are several cases that we have for house calls. Number 21, 24, 30, 33, and 31 are scheduled for house calls. Numbers 21, 24, 30, and 33 are all at the jail that are unable to be brought into the court because of behavioral issues. And I will be going back there to do their initial appearance at their cell and so I will do them right now. At the moment, I will talk about number 31, Cody Alexander Tolsdorf. He is in the hospital. He is intubated. He will not be able to be seen. He is still unconscious. He was initially set for, when was he initially set for? I don't know. Okay. I believe he's going to be over 24 hours. We are making a ruling of an emergency situation. He's intubated, he's been unconscious. We've been in contact with the doctors pretty much hourly. And they are planning on trying to awaken him to see if he can be seen on the 5 p.m. Calendar. but we are making a ruling of an emergency exception regarding the 24-hour time. So going on to the other cases, number 21. Oh. Number 21 is Vincent Bertucci, date of birth December the 8th, 1965. One count of endangerment as a class 6 felony, one count of disobeying or resisting an order or mandate of court as a class 1 misdemeanor, one count of reckless driving as a class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for these charges. I am appointing the Public Defense Services, OPSDS. There is a status conference post-warrant on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and he is not being released as a violation of his probation pursuant to 7.2b. Number 24 on the docket is Mohammed T. Fuentes, date of birth 7/22/1979. And he is facing one count of aggravated domestic violence as a class 5 felony, one count of disobeying or resisting an order by mandate of court as a class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of disorderly conduct as a class 1 misdemeanor. I'm appointing counsel to represent him. He has a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set. Oh, this is the one. I talked to the wrong person about the wrong thing. Okay, the status conference is set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. This person has set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. He has the victim. This is where I was doing it a different amount than what the prosecutor was setting. And I actually did just set the bond in the amount of $1,000 instead of what the prosecutor's wanting. Huh, okay. Well, this is where the victim was admitted that she let him stay at her house to take care of the dog while she was away. Well, that is kind of crazy. All right. Well, let's go to number 30. And this person has number 30 and 33 both. The name is Lilia Abigail Lukaczko, date of birth July 18, 1994, has a new case, one count of aggravated assault on a healthcare professional as a class 6 felony, and one count of disorderly conduct fighting as a class 1 misdemeanor. I'm appointing counsel to represent this person. They have a status conference set on February the 3rd at 8:30 a.m. The preliminary hearing set on February the 6th at 8:30 a.m. They have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. And on the other case, it is number 33 on the docket, Lilia Abigail Lukaczko, date of birth July 18th, 1994. They have a warrant for violating their probation. Maricopa County Public Defender's Office, probation revocation arraignment with a possible disposition hearing set on February the 4th at 8:30 a.m. And they have secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $2,500. All right. Just to be on the safe side, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to read it out, but for the one that we are having the emergency, well, I know that we're not doing their initial appearance yet. So I wouldn't be reading, since we're doing the emergency, yeah, I wouldn't be reading it. Okay, so that is all I'm doing at the moment. If there are to be any changes regarding case number 21, 24, 30, or 33, I will come back on the record and do those. And we are adjourned. Finally.
How many skyscrapers you had? Just one? Dios, Montes. Montes. Come here, Montes. Montes, ¿qué es Montes? Los Montes, okay. Okay, literally just off the medical. I'm not arguing with you, bro. It's right. You might get that. All right. All right.
You may be seated. Do we have an interpreter? Good evening. Good evening. This is the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar.
Bro, I'm chilling, bro. I just moved here to say I have medical issues. I have medical issues. Are you not listening? This is medical. I already talked to them about it. Why are you irritated? I have medical issues. Are you not listening? This is medical. I already talked to them about it. Why are you irritated about it? I'm just sitting here quiet. They put it right here. Yeah, bro. I just got a medical issue and now you're good. I'm not trying to you're not going, bro. I'm just trying to figure out that car. I don't know. You're not, bro, I'm not eating.
Advise the court, I know that usually there's an announcement made right now that's shorter, but we still have.
Yeah, Ms. Lopez, there's an issue in the court right now. That's why it's quiet.
I understand, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good evening. This is the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for January 28th, 2025.
Buenas tardes. Esta es la comparecencia inicial de las 5 de la tarde del 28 de enero del 2025.
The orders made at the first of this month for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints that were given on the first of the month of this calendar will apply to all matters on this calendar.
Las órdenes que se dieron al primero del mes para sacar análisis de ADN y huellas dactilares también se aplican para todas las audiencias de hoy en esta lista de causas.
I will be calling each of you up to the podium one by one.
Voy a llamarlos a cada uno de uno por uno a que pasen al podio.
Well, I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth.
Les voy a preguntar su nombre completo, nombre y apellido y su fecha de nacimiento.
I will advise you as to why you are here.
Les informaré por qué están aquí.
Whether or not an attorney has been appointed to you.
Si se les va a nombrar o no un abogado.
What your upcoming court dates will be.
Cuándo van a ser sus siguientes audiencias.
What your bond will be if you are eligible for bond.
Si son elegibles para la fianza, a cuánto se las voy a fijar.
And what your release conditions are.
Y cuáles serán sus medidas cautelares.
If you have any questions, I will ask that you hold your questions until after I advise you of all of those things.
Si tienen alguna pregunta, les voy a pedir que se esperen hasta que les dé toda esta información.
Mr. Montes, will you please come to the podium?
El señor Montes puede pasar, por favor.
And Mr. Carter, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, ¿me da su nombre completo con nombre y apellido y fecha de nacimiento?
Omar Javier Leos Montes, 28 de agosto de 1979.
Omar Javier Leos Montes, August 28th of 1979, my Lopez Court interpreter.
Thank you. You were here today on a new case.
Gracias. Está aquí porque tiene un caso nuevo.
You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony.
Se le levantó una acusación por tenencia de droga narcótica, que es un delito de categoría 4.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Le nombré a un abogado para que lo represente.
I'm sorry, and I did find probable cause as to that charge.
Y también determinó que existen motivos fundados para la acusación.
You will have a status conference hearing on February 12th at 8:30.
El 12 de febrero a las 8:30 va a tener una consulta de actualización.
And a preliminary hearing on February 14th at 8:30.
Y el 14 de febrero a las 8:30 va a tener una audiencia preliminar.
I will be releasing you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date.
Lo voy a dejar en libertad bajo palabra, pero tiene que dar fe que va a comparecer a sus siguientes audiencias.
Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Sí.
¿Da fe comparecer
Sí.
a sus audiencias? Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
Please be advised that if you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed.
Sepa, por favor, que si no comparece a su siguiente audiencia, se puede emitir una orden de aprehensión en su contra y lo más probable es que se le fijaría una fianza.
Do you understand?
¿Entiende, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Si pasa a su izquierda, el alguacil le da sus documentos. Su otra izquierda.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, can you inquire as to whether anybody else is in need of your services before I let you go?
Of course, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguna persona que necesite ayuda en español? Si alguien quiere que se le asista en español, levante la mano, por favor.
Okay, Ms. Lopez, you may be excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Carter, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Salter, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Kyle Carter, 11/22/99.
You were here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI, driving with a suspended license, a class 4 felony. 1 count of vulnerable adult or child, recklessness in the driving with the DUI, class 5 felony. Aggravated DUI with a BAC of .08, or a passenger under the age of 15, a class 6 felony. A DUI with drugs, vapors, or the combination of those, class 1 misdemeanor. Driving with a suspended license, a class 1 misdemeanor, and driving with an open container in a vehicle, a class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all counts except for the aggravated DUI with the BAC of .08. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on February 3rd at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on February 6th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, I will release you to pretrial services, which will involve drug and alcohol testing. If you are able to post bond, it is You do have to participate and comply with all release conditions, appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, then you will be subject to bond again.
Okay.
That takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Salter, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Lopez, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Grant Salter, 12/10/1981.
You were here for a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on February 4th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, any bond posted will be forfeited, another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you will be subject to bond again. That takes care of everything that we can do here today. Step to your left, officer will do your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Lopez, will you please come to the podium? And Ms. Mueller, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Was Mr. Mueller the one that was escorted out?
No.
Mr. Lopez?
I already marked him out.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lopez, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Tony Lopez, 8/30/94.
You were here on a new case, and you were charged with one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony, one count of unlawful flight, a class 5 felony, one count of theft or control of stolen property, a class 6 felony, and one count of criminal trespass, a class 1 misdemeanor. You find probable cause as to all of those counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on February 3rd at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on February 6th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, you cannot possess any weapons, and you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. In addition, you must appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court dates, any bond posted would be forfeited, a warrant would be issued for your arrest, and you would be subject to bond again. That takes care of everything that we can do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Did you have a question?
Yeah. Are there any way to do, I'm like, my lowered, like a little lowered?
No, I reviewed a lot of information, including your criminal history. Also, just the facts that I read them in the probable cause statement was very concerning to me in what was involved. And so, based on that information, I have to weigh the safety of the community along with your history and the statutory factors, and I believe that a $50,000 bond is appropriate given these circumstances. So I'm not inclined to change it today. So if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Miller, if you will please come in, Mueller, if you'll come into the courtroom. If Mr. Rose will please have a seat in the chair. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jessica Mueller, 6/15/89.
You were here because you have two warrants. You have a warrant out of Superior Court for failing to appear for a court date, and then you have a warrant out of Arrowhead Justice Court. For the matter, your failure to appear out of Superior Court, an attorney was already appointed to you in that matter. You have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30. You have a cash-only bond in the amount of $15,000. If you are able to post bond, you will need to appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, another warrant will be issued for your arrest. For your matter out of Arrowhead Justice Court, I appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have an arraignment hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. And it's a placeholder bond since you're being held on the Superior Court matter, just to make sure that you get transported for that hearing.
Wait, I didn't hear you. The last part.
The bond for your Arrowhead Justice Court, it's a placeholder bond of $100. It's to ensure that you get transported, that you're being held here on your Superior Court matter.
So I am bondable?
Pardon me?
I am bondable?
For both cases, but your first one is $15,000 cash.
Okay.
So that takes care of everything. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you attend your hearings. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. Another warrant will be issued for your arrest and you'll be subject to bond again.
Thank you.
Mr. Rose, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Kimball, if you will have a seat in the chair.
Rose.
Mr. Rose, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Joshua Connor Rose, 42898.
You are here for two matters. You have a new case here, and then you have a warrant out of Peoria Municipal Court. As to your new case, you were charged with 1 count of theft of means of transportation, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of burglary in the 2nd degree, a Class 3 felony, 3 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree involving unlawful entry, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of possession of burglary tools, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to all counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on February 3rd at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on February 6th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you're able to post bond, you need to make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will, any bond posted will be forfeited, and a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again. For your warrant out of Peoria Municipal Court, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have an arraignment hearing on January 30th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
You do have a placeholder bond in the amount of $250, secured appearance, and that's to ensure that you do get transported for your court date while you are being held here. Again, for all matters, if you pay your bond, you need to make sure that you attend to your court dates. If you don't, any bond posted will be forfeited. Another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you probably would be subject to bond again. So that takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Here you go, Rose.
Ms. Kimball, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Garcia, or Mr. Garcia, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Joanne Kimball, April 22nd, 1995.
You are here because you have a warrant that was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. You do have an attorney appointed to you already in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on February 3rd at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on February 6th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. Another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'll be subject to bond again. That takes care of everything that we need to do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Garcia, will you please come to the courtroom? And Ms. Davis, will you please have a seat in the chair? Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Rodolfo Garcia, February 25th, 2001.
You are here because you have 1 new case and 3 violations of probation, and we'll talk to you first about your new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia is a Class 6 felony. The possession of narcotic drug is a Class 4 felony, and resisting arrest is a Class 1 misdemeanor. I found probable cause as to the resisting of arrest and possession of drug paraphernalia. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on February 3rd at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on February 6th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your violations of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in all 3 of those cases. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 per case. So your total bond between all of your cases is $1,250. Secured appearance, you do need to contact probation within 72 hours of your release. You must attend your hearing. If you fail to attend your hearing, any bond posted will be forfeited. Another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you will be subject to bond. That takes care of everything that we have to do here this evening. If you accept your left, the officer will give you paperwork. Ms. Davis, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Powell Cox, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Kimberly Davis, 7/17/75.
You were here because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you attend your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. Another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'll be subject to bond again. So if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Powell Cox, if you will please come into the courtroom. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Rico Devon Powell Cox, January 5th, 1995.
You were here for two matters. You have warrants. Both of your warrants are out of County Meadows Justice Court. I did not appoint an attorney to you due to the nature of the offense. You are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You have an arraignment hearing on February 13th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to appear for your court dates, another warrant will be issued for your arrest. You will be subject, and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
You look like you don't understand.
Can I hear that one more time?
You need to show up for your court date. If you don't show up for your court date, another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and a bond will likely be imposed.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so make sure you show up to court.
Okay.
Ms. Preston, will you please come into the courtroom? Mr. Collier, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Nakia Destiny Carmelo Preston, 4497.
You were here for a new case. You were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and one count of driving with a suspended license, a class 1 misdemeanor. I found probable causes to both charges. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on February 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 14th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for the court date. Do you promise to appear?
I promise, Your Honor.
If you fail to appear, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that takes care of everything that we have to do. If you step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Collier, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Armando Garcia, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
How we doing?
Fine, can you state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Manuel Collier, 12/19/2000.
You were here on a new case. You were charged with one count of burglary in the 3rd degree, a class 4 felony, one count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony, one count of theft, a class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of shoplifting, a class 1 misdemeanor.
Yes, ma'am.
I did find probable cause as to all the counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Okay.
You do have a status conference hearing on February 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 14th at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services. That's supervised release.
Yes, ma'am.
You do have to promise to appear for those two court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am. I do promise to appear.
You also have to comply with your release conditions and appear for those court dates. If you fail to appear or comply with your release conditions, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, I do understand.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Bond, will you have a seat in the chair? Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Armando Garcia, 08/29/2000.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, and those are class 4 felonies, and then 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on February 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 14th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant could be issued for your warrants will be issued for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
That takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bond, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Moore, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Hello, bro. Pleasure to meet you today.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Cameron Jason Bond. My birthday is December 9th, 2002.
Thank you.
May I ask one question?
So do you remember at the beginning where I told you to just hold your questions until I tell you all the information?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Okay, thank you. So you were here on a new case, and you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I found probable causes to both offenses. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You'll have a status conference hearing on February 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 14th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and a bond will likely be imposed.
All right.
I still have a question.
Yes, ma'am. So this morning, I was supposed to go to court. Do I just call the court? And then will they reschedule because I was in y'all's custody?
I don't know about the other court that you were.
Just give them a call?
I mean, I don't know what court you're supposed to be in. I can't answer that question. I don't know.
All
I
right.
have information regarding why you were here right now.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the information that I have access to right now.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't have any information about any other court right now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I may be confused on it as well, but I believe that's what it was. That's what it was. But thank you. I appreciate you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Ms. Moore, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Prado, will you please have a seat in the chair?
Put down.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Emily Moore, 7/18/98.
You were here because a grand jury charged you with possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is May 1st of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on February 5th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear? You have to say yes out loud.
Yes.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and you will be subject to bond. Do you understand that? Okay, so that takes care of everything that we have to do. If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Prado, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Miss Davison, I'm going out of order because Carl should have been the last one. And then Miss Davison, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Mr. Prado, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jorge Prado, February 12th, 2000.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with possession of a weapon during a drug offense. It's a class 3 felony, and then possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable causes to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 14th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for those court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to appear for those court dates, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and you'll be subject to bond. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Ms. Davison, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Martin, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, Ms. Davison, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, ma'am, it's Ashley Davison, 1791.
You were here today because a direct complaint was filed charging you with possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on December 5th of 2023. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on February 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 14th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear for your court date, the warrant will be issued for your arrest and you will be subject to bond. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Yes, ma'am, thank you very much.
Mr. Martin, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Fortney, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. No, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Freddie Martin, October 4th, 1977.
You are here because you were charged with a DUI, aggravated DUI, passenger under the age of 15, a class 6 felony, a DUI involving liquor, drugs, vapors, or a combination, a class 1 misdemeanor, a DUI with a BAC of .08 or more, a class 1 misdemeanor, an extreme DUI BAC .15 to .20, class 1 misdemeanor. I found probable cause as to the aggravated DUI with the passenger under the age of 15 in the DUI with drugs, vapors, or liquor, or a combination, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 14th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 14th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you to pretrial services, which will involve supervised release, and you are to participate in alcohol testing and monitoring. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
I promise.
If you fail to comply with your release conditions or you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
I do understand.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fortnoy, if you'll please come into the courtroom.
How you doing, Your Honor?
I'm fine, thank you. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Carl Fertney, birthday's 3/23/74.
Sir, you are here as a fugitive of justice. There is a warrant out of Tennessee. You have a right to an extradition hearing. You have the right to hire your own attorney at your own expense. You're not entitled to a court-appointed attorney because it's not criminal in nature. The extradition process requires a warrant to be signed by both the governor here in Arizona and the governor in Tennessee. This can take between 60 to 90 days for that to be done. You can also waive an extradition hearing. You would not be entitled to bond. I will inform you that the nature of your warrant is a violation of probation, so you would not be entitled to bond anyway because it is a violation of probation. But if you waive the extradition process, the issuing state would have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up. If you don't have any local charges pending, if you have any local charges pending, the 30 days would begin after those matters were resolved. Did you have an opportunity to review the paperwork regarding your rights?
Yeah, basically, I just need to sign a extradition deal, like a.
Well, it depends on what you want to do, so I just want to make sure that you read it and you understand what it means.
Yeah, I understand. Usually, basically, the governor's got to sign it here and in Tennessee, is what you're saying?
Yes, both governors have to sign it, and that process would take 60 to 90 days.
And, yeah, I mean, I just want to resolve this matter. You know what I mean? How old is the warrant? What's this? I mean, what's this from? I know what it's from, but I'm curious of the dates how old the warrant is, like,
The warrant is from 2017.
okay, but the situation was like 16 years old, correct?
I don't know anything else. All I have is that there was a warrant. It tells me why there is a warrant and who the issuing state is.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So from what you're saying, it sounds like you want to waive.
The extradition, yeah,
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a few questions
okay,
just to make sure. So, first, I'm confirming that you did have an opportunity to review the paperwork, the extradition paperwork.
yes, I mean, I understand it
Okay.
from you explaining it to me.
Okay. And do you understand that you don't have to sign the paperwork?
That I do not have to sign the
You have the
paperwork?
right, you don't have to sign anything that you don't want to. Do you understand
Yes.
that? Do you understand that you do have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes,
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
yes,
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that the governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned?
yes,
Do you understand that you are not, that you do not have a right to bail because of the violation of probation?
yes,
Do you want to give up the rights? Do you want to give up your rights and sign the paperwork?
to waive it, right?
Mhm.
Yes,
Has anybody threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
no,
Have you had any drug, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
no,
I find that you have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I am also signing it. I am directing the sheriff's office to notify the requesting state that you are ready to return. The requesting state will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of the case. Do you have any questions?
so the date they will, is tomorrow the 1st?
Tomorrow starts the first of the 30 days.
Okay, so what day will they have till, I'm sorry?
They have 30 days from tomorrow to come and pick you up.
Okay, and tomorrow's, what is today's date? I'm sorry.
Today is the 28th.
The 28th? Okay. So
So-
30 days from tomorrow's date.
Yes.
All right.
So you will need to come up here and sign the paperwork. Does it show that I signed it, Giselle? Okay.
Right, they can slow when you're ready on the pad.
So 30 days from tomorrow's date.
And you'll sign one more time.
One more time?
Yes.
You know, we have her card. Right here. More.
Okay, that's next one.
Yeah.
It's 31 days.
Oh, yeah.
This is good the date.
So this one has 31 days. So just start on 15. So 36. So it's probably like the 27th.
It'll be February 27th.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
We're good?
Brittany Wilkins, I did meet with her prior to,
Oh,
I did meet with her prior to this calendar starting. Brittany Wilkins, date of birth, March 10th, 1995. She's unable to participate in person due to hospitalization. I did advise her that she's here on 2 violations of probation matters, that she does have an attorney appointed to her, that her probation revocation and possible disposition hearing is February 4th at 8:30, that she has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 per case. She was also advised that if she posted bond and she failed to appear for a court date, that any bond that she posted would be forfeited, that a warrant would be issued for her arrest, and she'd be subject to bond again. Mr. Maurice Burks, date of birth February 4th, 1991, is here on 2 violations of probation. He's not able to be here in person due to disruptive behavior. I did appoint an attorney to represent him in both matters. He has a violation of probation possible disposition hearing on February 4th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 per case, bringing his secured appearance bond to, $500 in one case, $250 in his other case. His total secured appearance bond is $750. I will meet with him and advise him that if he is able to post bond and he fails to appear for his hearing, that he will forfeit bond, or warrant will be issued for his arrest, and bond would be imposed again. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Peter Newtile is not present because he's not present in court today due to disruptive behavior. His date of birth is January 8th, 1987. He is here for a warrant for failing to appear for court. An attorney was already appointed to represent him in this matter. He will have a court date on February 4th at 8:30. There's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. He will be advised that if he is able to post bond, that he must appear for his court date. That if he fails to appear, that he will forfeit his warrant, his bond, and a warrant would be issued for his arrest, and he would be subject to bond again. I will meet with him, both him and Mr. Burks, virtually. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Cody Tolsdorf is unable to participate in the hearing because he is still under medical care. And we will move him onto the next calendar to be seen. This concludes the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 8 p.m.